House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeant at Arms.
The House is now in session. All persons not entitled to privilege of the floor, please retire to the gallery.
The members will rise and be led in prayer by Pastor Bryson Smith, St. Paul's United Methodist Church, Christiansburg, and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, which will be led by the delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Let us pray. Most holy and loving God, as we gather on this morning for the business of the Commonwealth of Virginia, we give thanks for the opportunity and privilege for those among us who have taken the mantle of leadership, governing, and service for the people of our great Commonwealth. We give thanks for the members of this chamber, our General Assembly, Governor, along with all those serving in leadership with a commitment to the people of Virginia. We give thanks for their work for our shared progress, safety, and growth in every area and department of our government and all the many people involved with presiding and governing. We ask for health, protection, and wisdom. For the decisions and conversations before these leaders on this day and during this season and session, we ask that they be given wisdom and understanding. We know that they are here because they care for our Commonwealth and the advancement of its citizens. Bind them together in unity, even as they may disagree, to help them serve the great people of Virginia. Give these leaders the strength to work for progress and unity so that they not fall victim to partisanship. Give them the courage to work for justice and righteousness for the people of Virginia and set examples for others as we lead beyond these walls and boundaries. We pray for all the people of Virginia that they may know they matter and have worth. May we be mindful of the people often overlooked and undervalued in our local communities. We ask that you might bring healing and hope to us as we work diligently for the goodness of the citizens, our resources, and our opportunities. We trust in the gift and power of hope even in the midst of brokenness, war, natural disaster, and oppression. There's much hurt in our world right now, and this space has to be used for good. God, help those that gather here to do that good. On this day, we pray that we might be instruments of your peace. Where there is hatred, let us sow a great love of neighbor. Where there is darkness, may we all bring light and love so that all may see and be seen. God, grant us great peace, help, and hope to be faithful to the calling before us now. All of this we ask and even more in your name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right.
The clerk will report the result of the special election that occurred in the 26th House of Delegates District on Tuesday, January 7th, 2025.
Members, please be advised that pursuant to Article 4, Section 7 of the Virginia Constitution, provided the House of Delegates shall judge of the election, qualifications, and returns of its members. And at the direction of the Speaker of the House of Delegates, I am pleased to report the following. In the special election called by the Speaker to fill the vacancy in the 26th House Delegates District, which occurred on Tuesday, January 7th, 2025, it has been determined that J.J. Singh received a majority of the votes cast and is accordingly present today to be sworn in and is seated and be seated as a newly elected member of the Virginia House of Delegates. The Speaker requests Delegate-elect Singh to proceed to the well of the House to receive the oath of office. And his wife. Mr. Delegate, are you ready to receive your oath of office?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I'll support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia,
and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia,
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge
all duties incumbent upon me
all duties incumbent upon me
as a member of the Virginia House of Delegates,
as a member of the Virginia House of Delegates,
according to the best of my abilities.
according to the best of my abilities.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's official.
Thank you.
Yeah, you want to put that on him? You wanna put that? There you go. So you do that. I'll
Okay,
hold that.
thank you. Taking your pen out.
The members will answer the roll call by indicating their presence on the electronic voting board. Clerk will close the roll.
Mr. Speaker, a quorum is present.
The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
I followed the instructions, Mr. Speaker, and it's still making noise. I do apologize. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House stand into recess till 9:30. Speaking to the motion.
Delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We ask that members please try to remain on the floor. This is a short recess, and we'll gavel into the joint assembly. So we don't want you to go too far, and so you won't also be in the way of people entering the Senate and the governor's cabinet. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring, moves that the House stand in recess until 9:30 a.m. As many as favor the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion is agreed to. The House is in recess until 9:30 a.m. The House will come to order. The House will be at ease. The House will come to order.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate of Virginia.
The members of the House will rise and receive the Senate of Virginia. You ready? Joint Assembly will come to order. The Clerk of the Senate will call the roll of the Senate.
Senator Aird. Senator Aird. Senator Bagby. Senator Boyce-Coe. Senator Carol Foy. Senator Craig. Senator Deeds. Senator D. Stuff. Senator Diggs. Senator Durant. Senator Eben. Senator Favola. Senator French. Senator Hackworth. Senator Hashmi. Senator Head. Senator Jordan. Senator Locke. Senator Lucas. Here. Senator Marsden. Senator Marsden. Senator McDougal. Senator McPike. Senator Mulcahy. Senator Obenshain. Senator Peake. Senator Pekarsky. Senator Perry. Senator Pillion. Senator Reeves. Senator Rome. Senator Rouse. Senator Salim. Senator Stanley. Senator Stewart. Senator Sturtevant. Senator Suderline. Senator Surville. Senator Van Valkenburg. Senator Williams-Graves. You have a quorum, Mr. President.
The members of the House will indicate their presence on the electronic voting board. The clerk will close the roll.
Mr. President, a quorum is present.
The clerk will report a resolution.
Resolution of the Joint Assembly notifying the Governor of Organization. Resolved that the President of the Joint Assembly appoint a committee of 10 composed of 6 delegates and 4 senators. Notify the Governor that the Joint Assembly is duly organized and will be pleased to receive him and any communication he may desire to make.
As many as favor the adoption of the resolution will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The resolution is agreed to. The clerk will announce the committee to notify the governor that the General Assembly is ready to receive him and hear any remarks he wishes to make.
Mr. President appoints the following members to notify the governor and escort him to the Joint Assembly. Delegates Herring, Watts, Torian, Tran, Gilbert, and O'Quinn, as well as Senators Lucas, Locke, Survell, and McDougall. Delegates Herring, Watts, Torian, Tran, Gilbert, and O'Quinn, Senators Lucas, Locke, Survell, and McDougall.
The Joint Assembly will be at ease. The Joint Assembly will come to order. Sergeant at Arms.
Mr. President, enter from the gallery the First Lady of the Commonwealth and her party.
The Joint Assembly will receive the First Lady of the Commonwealth and her party. Sergeant at Arms. The Joint Assembly will receive the Governor's Cabinet and other executive branch officials. Sergeant at Arms.
Mr. President, the Chairman and Commissioners of the State Corporation Commission.
The Joint Assembly will receive the Chairman and Commissioner of the State Corporation Commission.
State Corporation Commission. Yeah, thank you.
That's them. That's the right people. Sergeant at Arms.
Mr. President, the Chief Justice and Justice of the Supreme Court of Virginia.
The Joint Assembly will receive the Chief Justice and the Justices of the Supreme Court of Virginia. Sergeant at Arms.
Mr. President, the Attorney General of Virginia.
The Joint Assembly will receive the Attorney General of Virginia. The Joint Assembly and guests will please be seated. The Joint Assembly will be at ease. Sergeant at Arms. Oh. The Joint Assembly will come to order. Sergeant at Arms.
Mr. President, His Excellency, the Governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia.
The members will receive the Governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Joint Assembly and guests, please be seated. As Speaker of the House of Delegates and President of the Joint Assembly, it is my pleasure to present to you His Excellency, the Governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, the Honorable Glenn Youngkin.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Madam President, Lieutenant Governor Earl Sears, Attorney General Miyares, members of the General Assembly, justices of the Virginia Supreme Court, judges of the State Corporation Commission, members of my cabinet, fellow Virginians, what an honor it is to join you once again in Mr. Jefferson's capital. Thank you all for coming together to receive my annual assessment of the state of our beloved Commonwealth. We are gathering here a few days later than normal after the difficult and frustrating water crisis in Richmond last week. I want to thank everyone who stepped up to serve neighbors, to serve communities, and to serve our capital city. That includes the House and Senate clerks. And I especially want to salute Madam Clerk for 50 years of service to our Commonwealth. And let me welcome two new citizen legislators, Senator Cyphers and Delegate Singh, and now Senator Srinivasan. We are also reminded that last year we lost an incredible Virginian, a legislator and a friend, Senator Frank Ruff. We all admired his selfless service to the Commonwealth. And as we remember Frank, let us reflect on the opportunity with which we all have, the opportunity with which we have all been blessed, the opportunity to serve. In that same spirit, I especially want to thank our gracious First Lady, Suzanne Yunkin. Thank you for loving me, and thank you for tirelessly serving Virginians. And as we gather here in Virginia, I'd ask all of us to lift up in prayer the Los Angeles residents who have lost everything to the savage fires, to the firefighters and first responders who are putting their lives at risk every hour of every day, and to those that have tragically lost their lives. Thank you. 3 years ago, we began a journey together, not as Republicans and not as Democrats, but as Virginians, a journey to make Virginia the very best place to live, to work, and to raise a family, a journey for Virginia to compete and win, and a journey to strengthen the spirit of Virginia together. And as we begin the year 2025, I'm proud to report to you that Virginia's economy is strong, stronger than it has been in a very long time. Our student scores are up, violent crime is down, people are moving to Virginia faster than in a very long time. We've seen record job growth, record new business investment, and our state budget is projected to run a large surplus again. Our AAA bond rating ranks us as one of the strongest in the nation. Virginia is growing, Virginia is competing, and Virginia is winning. The state of our Commonwealth is strong, very strong. Let me be clear. This strength is because of the work that we have all done together. And not just those gathered here today. Virginians across this great Commonwealth, whether they have just moved here or whether they've lived here for a lifetime, they come from all walks of life, and they are all contributing to our success. On behalf of our now 8.8 million bosses, I urge us to stay the course, to press forward boldly so Virginia keeps winning and Virginia keeps soaring. In our 3 years together, we have built strong pillars that support a winning Virginia. We passed record funding for our students and teachers and returned expectations of excellence to our classrooms. We passed the Virginia Literacy Act and All in Virginia to improve early literacy outcomes and reverse learning loss. We launched lab schools and reignited career and technical education to increase multiple pathways for our students. We passed $5 billion in tax relief so Virginians can keep more of their hard-earned money because that money belongs to them, not the government. We made it easier to do business in Virginia, streamlining 50,000 regulations. We invested in sites, transformed workforce development, and projected and protected the fundamental right to work in Virginia. Businesses are investing and expanding, and just in case you hadn't seen it, CNBC named Virginia the top state in America for business. We've backed our law enforcement, delivered record funding and pay raises, took on drugs and gangs, battled the fentanyl crisis. In this past year, we have reduced murders in 13 of our most violent cities by 38%. We're transforming our behavioral health system with Right Help right now, meeting the needs of Virginians pre-crisis, in crisis, and post-crisis. We're standing strong for our military, our veterans, and their families. Last August, we were ranked #1 in America for caring most about our veterans. We're preserving Virginia's God-given natural resources, making huge strides towards our 2025 Chesapeake Bay goals, delivering the healthiest bay in over 2 decades. Virginia has returned to a place rich with opportunity while constantly striving to serve our citizens more effectively and efficiently, truly making government work for Virginians. Today, the Virginia Employment Commission backlog is cleared. Your wait time is down substantially at DMVs, and because of our efforts to streamline and reduce regulations, we're saving Virginians $1.2 billion annually. My friends, when these pillars stand together, as they are now, Virginia is stronger than ever. What we are doing is working, but we cannot let Virginia stall. We must push Virginia to soar at even greater heights. And as you have heard me say many times before, our neighbors in North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, and Florida have been growing rapidly. They are going to keep pushing forward just as we must in quality education and health care, lowering the cost of living by providing tax relief, building strong economies, and providing safe communities. Because there are winning states and losing states. When we started all of this together, Virginia was 41st in the nation in net population movement. We are now 9th. For the first time in over a decade, more people are moving to Virginia from the other 49 states than moving away. Virginia was bottom third in job growth, and now we have more Virginians working than ever before. Certain states consistently attract people and attract jobs, and other states consistently lose people and lose jobs. And the reality is that Virginia must compete even harder than ever. If we do not continue to build these pillars to keep doing what's working, Virginia will fall behind again. To keep soaring in education with our historic investments over the past 3 years, we must continue to expand and create new pathways, drive innovation, and propel the quality of education and accountability. I want to pause here to emphasize our investments in education have been transformational. 18% raises for Virginia's teachers, and over 50% increase in overall funding for public education. That's $7 billion. We have increased investment in K through 12 public education more than any General Assembly or governor has ever. The budget amendments I recently submitted continue that shared effort with an incremental $517 million in direct aid, bringing us to $22.1 billion for the biennium, and an additional $290 million for school construction, for a total investment of nearly $2 billion over the last 3 years. Last year, I challenged us all to not just increase our investment in education, but to also bring our funding formula into the 21st century, a funding formula that would meet the needs of every student. And while a concerted effort was made this past year, there is much work still to be done. And therefore, I urge us to not piecemeal this effort during this session, but rather finalize the foundational and comprehensive redesign of our funding formula and start drafting together legislation later this year. I've directed $1 million of already appropriated Office of Transformation money to support this work, to deliver a comprehensive modeling tool by this summer. And in addition, we must engage with stakeholders to help leaders of this chamber and across the Commonwealth understand the impact of the new funding formula on students and school divisions. We can both invest record amounts to support an extraordinary public school system and provide students and parents pathways that work best for their families. That pathway is unique for each family. That's why I am proposing $50 million for Virginia Opportunity Scholarships for low-income families. Look again to the states around us. Maryland, North Carolina, and even Washington, D.C. all have opportunity scholarships. Virginia Opportunity Scholarships will provide $5,000 for scholarships for 10,000 low-income families and do not take a single penny away from our existing education funding. In addition, I'm proposing that we build on the success we've seen with lab schools by expanding partnerships with our HBCUs. We have 15 lab schools in motion, which will serve 5,000 public school students across all 8 superintendent regions. And we have new applications waiting to be funded. Lab schools specializing in healthcare, coding, space, maritime, and of course, teaching. With us today is Riley Edwards, a student at the Future Educators Academy Lab School, a partnership between Culpeper, Orange, Madison, and Rappahannock counties, Germanna Community College, and the University of Mary Washington. After she graduates from the Future Educators Academy next year, Riley will have her associate's degree in early education at no cost to her. She wants to become an elementary school teacher and then guidance counselor back home in Culpeper. Riley, we look forward to you teaching and inspiring our next generation. Let's work together. Let's work together to provide Virginia Opportunity Scholarships. Let's work together to expand lab schools. And let's work together to further career and technical education so parents and students can have multiple pathways to a great education. Even with our historic investments in education, there has been an existential crisis inside the classrooms. The use of cell phones and social media in schools. While these are remarkable innovations, the cold hard truth is that cell phones are damaging the developing minds of our young people. The data is clear. Teens spend on average 7 hours a day on their phones. Suicide rates have increased 167% for our young girls. Rates of depression are up 145% for our young boys. Last year, I issued Executive Order 33, calling for cell phone-free education in our K through 12 schools. This year, every school division will have cell phone-free environments in their classrooms, with 100 school divisions bell to bell. In fact, many divisions across the state that attempted half measures found they didn't work and have now gone bell to bell. We know local leadership is critical. At Middlesex High School, the principal is tracking a dramatic decrease in disciplinary referrals and reports that lunch in the cafeteria is loud once again because students are talking to one another instead of buried in their phones. Please welcome Principal Susan Fleet, who is working so hard to help our students succeed. With clear data and transparency, we can track what matters most: student performance. That is at the core of the new School Performance and Support Framework, which just received federal approval from the Biden administration. Now we can identify the schools performing at high levels that can serve as models for others. And we can, with candor and no judgment, identify the schools that need additional support. We have a roadmap to readiness to support the schools that need intensive help and get them back on track. With the data from our performance and support framework, we can now direct over $50 million in new funding to support specific schools and students that need it the most. We must follow what's best for our students today, not years down the road. The combination of education, career pathways, great jobs, our thriving economy creates opportunity. When we started our journey together 3 years ago, Virginia had lost 140,000 people from the workforce. Today, jobs are growing like never before, with 257,000 more Virginians working versus January 2022, and there are more than 65,000 future jobs coming tied to companies who have announced investments and expansions. Today, in addition to being the top state in the nation for business, we surged through our 4-year goal of adding 10,000 high-wage, high-growth startups in 2 years. We have welcomed $90 billion in new investment commitments from companies like Lego and LS Cable, Micron, and Microporous, a battery supplier investing $1.35 billion at the Southern Virginia megasite, proving that we can attract huge investment without giving Virginia tax dollars to companies controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. And these are great jobs, jobs that are the rocket fuel for our economy, lifting up all Virginians. Virginians like Antonio Lamba. In high school, he chose the career and technical education pathway, completed the HVAC Youth Apprenticeship Program, and began working at Comfort Systems. He'll complete his journeyman certificate in May. At 19, Antonio has found not just a job, but a career to support his young daughter and growing family. And he's not done yet. Antonio plans to launch his own business and fulfill his lifelong dream of becoming an engineer. Antonio, keep working and keep winning. To keep Virginia booming with more jobs and more opportunity, we must continue to lower the cost of living with tax relief. The states that are gathering the most people and the most jobs are continuing to reduce tax burdens. Together, we've provided Virginians with $5 billion in tax relief. We eliminated the state grocery tax, made the first $40,000 of veteran retirement income tax-free, nearly doubled the standard deduction, and provided significant tax rebates. Leadership from both sides has said in recent weeks that we need to provide more tax relief to lower the cost of living. No surprise, but I agree. And that starts with the most hated tax in America, Virginia's car tax. The car tax credit for working class families will provide a permanent refundable income tax credit of up to $150 for individuals earning under $50,000 a year and up to $300 for joint filers earning under $100,000 a year. We can fund the first 3 years with $1.1 billion of the state's projected surplus. And with the average car tax for a typical family of 4 being $290, it would fully cover their car tax while keeping localities whole. We can also reduce tax burdens on hardworking hospitality and restaurant staff. Kim Jordan works at Mary's Kitchen in Virginia Beach. She loves her work, she loves her coworkers, and she loves her customers. But there's not much left after she pays taxes on her tips. Right now, she's helping pay her daughter's student loans. And like many Virginians, there are car payments, rent, electric bills, and yes, the car tax. Together, we can put real money back into the pockets of hardworking Virginians like Kim, who joins us this morning after working both the breakfast and lunch shift just yesterday. Please welcome Kim, and let's make sure there are no taxes on Kim's tips. My friends, I urge us to come together, to stand together on the steps of this Capitol, to celebrate bills and a budget that allow hardworking Virginians to keep more of their hard-earned money by extending the standard deduction, removing taxes on tips, and providing relief of the most hated tax in America, the car tax. To keep Virginia soaring, we must address one of the most pressing issues facing Virginia: power. The Virginia Clean Economy Act, passed in 2020, simply is not working. My friends, it's driving up rates, driving down reliability, and constricting our economic growth. The 2020 forecasts assumed, when VSEA was first passed, very little power demand growth because leadership planned for very little economic growth and very little job growth. Well, today, Virginia's demand for power is growing because Virginia is now growing rapidly. We now import roughly 40% of our power instead of the 18% that we saw in 2020. And worse yet, the cost of that imported power is almost 10 times higher than it was just 1 year ago. To fix this, we need to nearly double our power generation in the next 10 years. And wind and solar just aren't going to get it done. We must stop decommissioning our baseload generation. We must build more natural gas generation, lots of it, build small modular reactors, and yes, finish the projects currently underway. We must aggressively pursue innovative technologies: carbon capture, SMRs, fusion, and hydrogen. This is all American, all of the above. This is embracing innovation over regulation. This is delivering affordable, reliable, and yes, increasingly clean power that will power Virginia's future. Let's work together this session to unlock all of the above and unravel the quagmire that is the Virginia Clean Economy Act. We also must not use our growing economy and growing need for power as an excuse to end local control of solar project siting. Local communities must be able to exercise their rights with regards to land use. The same goes for industrial development, including data centers. Data centers alone support 74,000 jobs, bringing in over $9 billion in Virginia GDP, and generate billions of dollars of local revenue, supporting education, public safety, and critical local services. We should continue to be the data center capital of the world. And we should also make sure that Richmond is doing what is necessary to support that goal. Different communities will make different decisions on data centers, but these must be their decisions, and Richmond should not stop them from capitalizing on these incredible economic opportunities. To keep Virginia soaring, we need to keep Virginia healthy. We must continue to support the health and well-being of all Virginians. Critically, that includes moms and babies. We need to support every mother and work collectively to provide the care she needs to deliver a healthy baby. 80% of pregnancy-related deaths are medically preventable. We know that cardiac conditions, mental health challenges, and substance use are among the leading causes of death. We also know that disparities do exist within Black, Hispanic, and tribal communities, along with rural Virginians. We have much better data now as a result of my executive order last year. And budget and legislative actions that I am proposing will enable us to embrace interventions to ensure healthy babies, healthy mothers, and healthy communities. I'd like to thank Lieutenant Governor Earl Sears for her partnership on this most important effort. An integral part of supporting those families is childcare. The work that we did last year to support working mothers and fathers to transform childcare in Virginia was nation-leading. I urge you to support the efforts to maximize this historic investment with common-sense reforms that will take 7,000 birth to 5-year-old children off the wait list and tackle childcare deserts with funding to renovate existing facilities with local partners. Strong communities also work to prevent harmful drug use. The dangers of marijuana use, particularly among our young people, continue to grow. We know that states with retail markets have seen significant negative impacts on children and adolescent health and safety, increased gang activity and violent crime, significant deterioration in mental health, decreased road safety, and significant costs associated with a marijuana retail market that far exceed the perverse benefit of tax revenue. Now, everyone knows where I stand on establishing a retail marijuana market. Let's work together on other issues where we can find common ground. One of those issues is gaming. We must take action to enable the creation of the Virginia Gaming Commission to consolidate the regulatory oversight of our vast gaming ecosystem under one entity. Let's focus our efforts this session on building a world-class regulatory body and not on one-off bills pushed by special interest groups. To keep winning, Virginia needs safe communities and must support our law enforcement heroes. Thanks to Operation Ceasefire, led by our Attorney General, Jason Miyares, and Operation Bold Blue Line, we are seeing a serious decline in violent crime. We unleashed the most aggressive drug interdiction campaign in the history of the Commonwealth, seized 16,000 pounds of illicit opioids, 550 of which was fentanyl, enough fentanyl to kill every Virginian 8 times over. We arrested over 1,000 people, seized 275 guns, and all of this was accomplished in 45 days. We are fighting back against the gangs and cartels. And we are now starting to see a decline in overdose deaths from illicit drugs, declining 23% in Virginia. And that's 9 percentage points more than the 14% decline across the nation. With us is Jennifer Johnson, whose precious son, PJ, was sold a Percocet laced with fentanyl. And PJ died. He was just 19 years old with his whole life ahead of him. And the drug dealer is still on the streets. In Jennifer's words, she wants us to remember that PJ shouldn't be defined by one bad decision. Jennifer, please know we are committed to do the work so no mother should suffer what you and your family have gone through. We have collectively worked together to make an impact on the evil of fentanyl. But to truly impact the drug dealing, we must raise the penalty to felony homicide when the manufacturer or distributor of illicit drugs or fentanyl causes a death. This guy. Come on, let's get this done. Let's finish it. Let's get this done this year. There are amazing quiet heroes in our communities who are engaging to build trust and have those important life-saving conversations. Joining us is Loudoun County School Resource Officer Ramon Rivera, who has pioneered one of the first comprehensive fentanyl awareness programs. Deputy Rivera impacts over 2,000 students and parents, warning of the dangers of fentanyl through initiatives including the First Lady's It Only Takes One, and the Attorney General's One Pill Can Kill. We started down a journey 3 years ago to have an SRO in every school across the Commonwealth. We have nearly 80% coverage now. Please welcome Deputy Rivera, and let's finish the job and put an SRO in every school. And even with heroes like Deputy Rivera, parents need the information about what is going on in their child's school to keep their children safe. I issued Executive Order 28 last year in response to 11 student overdoses in one Loudoun County high school that shockingly went unreported to parents. Our executive order established a 24-hour notice period. According to media reports, Northern Virginia localities have seen as much as a 70 to 80% drop and juvenile drug overdoses in school. I hope that this year you send a bill to my desk that codifies this executive order. Let's keep Virginia safe. If someone is in this country illegally and they commit a violent crime, they should get a one-way ticket back to where they came from. My friends, this should not be controversial. Virginia is not a sanctuary state, and if localities have sanctuary city policies and refuse to cooperate with ICE, they should lose state funding, full stop. We are also seeing increased threats to our national security, with increased drone incursions over Virginia's sensitive and critical infrastructure sites. We've come together before to prevent the sale of Virginia farmland and real estate to entities controlled by foreign adversaries. I ask us to work again together. Send me a bill to make flying a drone over critical infrastructure a Class 4 felony. Safe communities also require protecting houses of worship, college campuses, and the fundamental right to religious liberty enshrined in Mr. Jefferson's Statute for Religious Freedom, engraved in marble on the wall of this very chamber. I want to thank everyone for your bipartisan collaboration in passing the international definition of anti-Semitism, protecting civil liberties, and providing law enforcement the tools to combat anti-Semitism and other forms of religious bigotry. We want Virginia to be a place where every Virginian is free from hate. We are stronger together. At the end of September, Southwest Virginia was hit by one of the most significant disasters in its history. State and local resources from all over Virginia came together to prepare, to protect, and to rebuild. To rebuild after the devastating impact of Hurricane Helene. There were unbelievable stories of heroism, from rescuing patients off a hospital roof to rappelling into rushing water to save people who were in their cars. I was struck by the story of an amazing couple that I met and learned that they had been married for 57 years, Carl and Linda McMurray. They lived in Linda's childhood home in Taylor's Valley, just off the Creeper Trail in Washington County, when the floodwaters split their house in two. Carl was swept away, while Linda was left in what remained of a second-floor bedroom. Carl used his belt to fasten himself to a bush in the middle of the rushing water for hours, until a rescue team in a Black Hawk helicopter spotted and saved him. For 16 long hours, Linda clung to hope, reciting the Lord's Prayer and the 23rd Psalm as she waited rescue. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Neither knew if the other had survived. But when Linda finally walked into Carl's hospital room, their prayers were answered. Can we all rise and express our support for Carl and Linda and all Americans struck by this disaster? In December, I proposed creating a permanent disaster assistance fund to support life, safety, and housing-related recovery efforts for costs not covered by federal assistance, private donations, or insurance. There is still so much work ahead of us to rebuild in Southwest Virginia. Let's establish the Disaster Assistance Fund and support Virginians in their most vulnerable time in need. Amazingly, joining Carl and Linda in the gallery this morning are two of the heroes who were part of the crew that rescued Carl that day. Let's thank National Guard Chief Charles Jackson and Chesterfield firefighter James Borden. These heroes remind us that we are blessed to be the home to one of the largest military and veteran populations in the nation. And we must continue to remind ourselves of the sacrifices that our military heroes and their families make. In a world where freedom is not free, we must say thank you. Our military heroes make us all so much better. Just returning from deployment in Poland, as a member of the Virginia National Guard is one of those heroes, Lieutenant Colonel Carlos Maldonado. He has served our country nobly for over 21 years, alongside his wife, Christine, and 3 children. And therefore, Colonel Maldonado, on behalf of 8.8 million Virginians and a grateful nation, we say thank you. My friends, the spirit of Virginia is soaring, and she can soar to even greater heights. Our 12th governor, James Monroe, noted, "A free, virtuous, and enlightened people must know full well the great principles and causes upon which their happiness depends." This is our opportunity now to work together this session, not as Democrats and not as Republicans, but as Virginians, to further strengthen those pillars, those great principles upon which the strong and heroic people of this Commonwealth build their futures and pursue their dreams. God has and is truly blessing Virginia. What an honor and privilege it is to serve this great Commonwealth, to see her win, to see her soar. Thank you. And may God bless each and every one of you, and may God bless the Commonwealth of Virginia. Thank you very much.
It does. I can get used to it. I can get used to it. Joint Assembly should come back to order. The Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Morkai. As many as favor the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. The motion is agreed to. The Senator from Fairfax, Senator Salim.
Mr. President, I move that the Joint Assembly do now adjourn sine die.
As many as favor the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. The motion is agreed to. The Joint Assembly has adjourned sine die. What was left of the Joint Assembly will come to order. Y'all need to go. I would ask for all the House members and guests to remain seated as the Senate exits the chamber. See you later. Have a good session. The House will come to order. The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Oh, you cut me off, Paul?
Will.
Thanks a lot, Paul. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House stand in recess to 11:32.
The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring, moves that the House stand in recess until 11:32. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The House is in recess until 11:32. The House will come to order. Pursuant to House Rule 3, I've examined and approved the Journal of the House of Delegates for Wednesday, January 8, 2025. Motions and resolutions under Rule 39, pursuant to the provisions of Rule 40, are now in order. Does the clerk have any announcements or communications?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Communication dated today, January 13th, 2025, addressed to me, the clerk. I have made the following committee assignments and changes effective today. For Delegate J.J. Singh, our newest member, has been appointed to the Committee on Privileges and Elections and the Committee on Health and Human Services. Delegate Singh on P&E and HHS. Sincerely, Don Scott, Speaker of the House. In addition, here in this first portion of the morning hour, pursuant to House Rule 40, the Speaker requests members to use the request to speak buttons for those agenda items listed for display up on the voting board.
Delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for a request.
Delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I request that notwithstanding Rule 1 of HJR 430, that Delegate Singh be granted unanimous consent to introduce up to 10 bills after the pre-filing deadline.
The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring, requests that Delegate Singh be granted unanimous consent to introduce up to 10 bills after the pre-filing deadline. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Unanimous consent is granted. The clerk. Clerk will announce the next order of business.
Mr. Speaker, in the second portion of the morning hour, reserve member requests for move legislation from uncontested to regular. There aren't any such at this time.
Clerk will announce the next order of business.
Mr. Speaker, the third portion of the morning hour is reserved for member requests for legislation to go by for the day, and if any subsequent motion by the majority leader to effectuate that change. Mr. Speaker, there are three on page 2 of the printed calendar under the category of resolutions regular. By for the day, House Joint Resolutions 1, 2, and 9. HJs 1, 2, and 9 by for the day.
Delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the legislation as announced by the clerk go by for the day.
The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring, moves that legislation as announced by the clerk go by for the day. As many as favor the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will announce the next order of business.
Mr. Speaker, the fourth and final portion of the morning hour reserved for member requests for points of personal privilege. And as usual, as we start up new session, Speaker requested members use the request to speak button to get in the queue.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Sickles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for a point of personal privilege. I'm not moving. Can you hear me now?
Delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we begin the new year, I just wanted to say how great it is to be an American, and especially great to be a Virginian. We have every blessing mankind can hope for. We have mountains and beaches and parks and music. We have VMFA on Arthur Ashe Boulevard. North Carolina doesn't have that. And once again, we are the best state for business, according to CNBC. It has recently been discovered on the third floor that CNBC has a very objective and fair ranking system. So I want to just tell everybody that in 224, this was a record 6th time that Virginia was found to be number 1. 6th time. We came in second in North Carolina in 23, but smoked them again last year. And Mr. Speaker, thanks to the leadership in this historic chamber and the one down the hall and on a bipartisan basis, we once again, topped all our fellow striving states. But we are a different southern state. I think it's safe to say we might be a little bit more educated, hardworking, diverse, and talented state. And one reason, Mr. Speaker, is we are neighbors to the federal headquarters government, Washington, D.C. Our partners at the federal level employ many, many fine Virginians in the federal workforce. And this morning I thought it would be a good opportunity to say that this House respects them and wants them here in Virginia, nowhere else. And they deserve some substantial credit for our Commonwealth success. Again, our federal workforce plays an important role in our continued success. And to our federal cousins, nobody supports inefficient government. We know you don't. Nobody does. Very large organizations public or private, sometimes get caught up in inefficiencies. But what we also know is that talented, hardworking Virginians serve our federal government doing complicated work with distinction. Virginians are protecting the nation, Mr. Speaker, keeping the peace around the world, protecting our natural resources for future generations, providing health care for those who cannot afford it, maintaining public health, and yes, once Joe Biden was elected, turned the worldwide pandemic into a manageable public health concern. So yes, our civil servants and our sizable contractor community, meaning our business community, can find other jobs in the private sector, but why would we be so short-sighted to let our experienced workforce go or go elsewhere when the country needs them? Mr. Speaker, as we enter another period of chaos in Washington, citizens are going to discover that they didn't ask for this. At a time when we need to value, nurture, and strengthen our federal employees, we should not treat them as expendable. They are not branches or barnacles on the side of the great ship of state. They are the deck officers, the engineers, and the strategists. Virginians make our country great every single day of the year. And finally, Mr. Speaker, our country owes a huge debt of gratitude to our President, Joe Biden. He entered office in the middle of this public health emergency of our lifetimes. He managed a so-called soft landing that wasn't thought possible here in Richmond. Inflation came down to 2% in a full employment economy. Everybody's working. Everybody was working when Joe Biden was president. When it became apparent that the new president wants to impose tariffs scattershot against our most important and largest trading partners and strategic allies, this success, I believe, is put at risk. And if further tax cuts for the wealthiest pay for themselves, why did the national debt increase by $8.4 trillion when this president-elect was in the White House last time? $8.4 trillion. Yes, today we have the best economy in the world. Joe Biden is leaving the next president with inflation largely under control. At least it looked that way. Now we risk inflation returning. After campaigning on lowering high prices, the president-elect admitted that that would be very hard to do. Well, no kidding. It will be especially hard to lower prices, Mr. Speaker, if Congress allows this irresponsible economic plan to be enacted. So maybe heartland politicians will try to protect their agricultural exports from retaliation and beat back these new taxes on our citizens. Brazil, I know, is happy to sell the world all the soybeans and wheat they want. So unless we blow it, Mr. Speaker, we are right now in the midst of a manufacturing renaissance. We're reshoring production of indispensable products thanks to Joe Biden, like semiconductors and pharmaceuticals. We're creating a clean energy economy. We're attaining energy self-sufficiency, even exporting oil and gas. Mr. Speaker, the Biden term will be historic in so many respects. It's the envy of the world. Let's hope the next president will build on his successes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Delegate from Hampton, Delegate Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise for a point of personal privilege.
Delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members of this body, 112 years ago on this very date, January the 13th, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated was founded by 22 collegiate women at Howard University to promote academic excellence and provide assistance to those in need. The founders of Delta Sigma Theta envisioned an organization committed to sisterhood, scholarship, service, and addressing the social needs of that time. Since its founding, Delta Sigma Theta has become one of the preeminent service-based sororities with more than 300,000 initiated members and over 1,000 chartered chapters worldwide. As a sisterhood comprised primarily of Black college-educated women, the sorority seriously considers the issues impacting the Black community and boldly confronts the challenges of African Americans. We have addressed issues such as education, healthcare, international development, and the strengthening of the African American families. There are deltas in every field. We are doctors, we are lawyers, we are teachers, and I understand we have some of the finest dentists also. We have Olympians and athletes. We also have congresswomen such as Jennifer McClellan, and then even on the Supreme Court, we have Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. If you really want to see some dynamic deltas, you do not have to look any further than right here in the General Assembly. In the Senate of Virginia, you have Senator LaSharice Aird and Senator Louise Lucas. And then right here in our own house, we have Delegate Candy Munden King. Raise your hand, the camera is going to be on you. And also Delegate Deborah Gardner. And then there's me. And there's just one thing I want to say as we wrap up. I represent the 87th House District, and I want to just let you know that the 87th House District has been represented by a Delta with no interruptions for 40 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much for giving us this opportunity.
The delegate from Loudoun, Delegate Reed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise for a point of personal privilege.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the senior member of the Loudoun delegation, which in itself is very scary, and also the delegate who represents the Commander's Training Facility, it is my distinct honor today to congratulate our new delegate, J.J. Singh, on his election to the Virginia House of Delegates, and to welcome him to the longest-serving legislative body in the Western Hemisphere, an institution that has been shaping the course of the Commonwealth and the nation since 1619. Delegate Singh, your election represents not only a personal triumph for you, your wife Jessica, and your two young daughters, but also a testament to your deep ties to the community, your organizational ability, and the strong support from hundreds of volunteers and the thousands of people who voted for you. Your journey, your personal journey, is an inspiring one. As a business leader and advocate, you've dedicated your life to solving problems, building communities, and empowering others to reach their full potential. Your work in technology sector and your commitment to economic innovation reflect the spirit of economic development and fairness in Virginia. The energy, expertise, and vision that you bring to this chamber now becomes part of our shared history. On behalf of the people of your House District 26, the people of Loudoun County, and all of your new colleagues, congratulations and welcome to the Virginia House of Delegates. I hope you will join me in welcoming new Delegate Singh to the Virginia House of Delegates.
The delegate from Virginia Beach, Delegate Fagans.
Mr. Speaker, I rise for a point of personal privilege.
Delegate has the floor.
Thank you. I stand today to respond to Governor Youngkin's State of the Commonwealth address. I want to begin by recognizing the governor's service to the Commonwealth. Public service is one of our highest callings, and while we may have our differences, I respect his dedication to the office. We wish him well as he enters his final year of office. I also want to express my gratitude to the people of the Commonwealth of Virginia for their tireless efforts during the recent water crisis here in Richmond. From providing bottled water to checking in on our neighbors. Your dedication and compassion showed us the importance of working together during moments of crisis. You are what makes Virginia strong. Since Democrats regained full control of the legislature, we've made great strides in reclaiming Virginia's place as the #1 state for business and a beacon of opportunity. We've invested in our public schools, and we've had great success in our workforce development. We've enacted historic changes. We've raised teacher pay and created great paying jobs through the Job Ready Sites program. We substantially have invested in mental health services, public safety, and rural health care access. And we've stopped efforts to ban abortion and defend against attacks on the fundamental rights and freedoms that Virginians value so much. But there's so much work left to be done. And Democrats, we're ready to roll up our sleeves. Our vision for the future, it's crystal clear. We are focused on unleashing Virginia's potential by putting families first and building a world-class educational system and creating strong, thriving communities. A prosperous Virginia, it starts with secure families, and that's why we're tackling housing affordability head on. We're working towards innovative ways to make affordable, high-quality childcare accessible to every family. No parent should be left to choose between earning a paycheck or caring for their own child. Higher education, it should be a pathway to opportunity, not an obstacle. We're committed to increasing financial aid, lowering tuition costs, and supporting Virginia students every step of the way. Everyone's path does look different. So we're investing in programs to attract the next generation of workers to high-skilled trades to help build our national defense posture and working to lower the upfront costs of attending college for our National Guard members who serve our Commonwealth and our nation. And Democrats are standing up to special interests that are driving up the cost of groceries, health care, and prescription drugs. Virginians deserve relief, and we're on the path to delivering it. To make Virginia schools the best in this nation, we're fully funding our public schools, paying our teachers what they're worth, and giving students the tools they need to thrive. We are expanding after-school programs, early education initiatives, tutoring opportunities so that every child, no matter their zip code, has the chance to succeed. We are focused on unlocking the full potential of every student because we know a strong educational system builds a stronger Virginia. We understand that safe, connected, and empowered communities are at the heart of our vision for Virginia, and we'll continue to support our first responders by giving them the resources they need to protect us all. Democrats are committed to enacting common sense firearms safety measures to ensure no parent lives in fear when they send their child to school, to the movies, or a place of worship. We will continue to work for reliable infrastructure systems that reduce commutes, expand public transportation, and allow families to spend more time together. Finally, we are committed to fighting for the fundamental freedoms of all Virginians, no matter where they come from. We are taking the first steps to enshrine reproductive rights, marriage equality, and the right to vote into our Constitution. We believe in a Virginia that breaks down barriers, creates opportunities, and builds a thriving Commonwealth for everyone. Our commitment is to deliver results that transcend party and put Virginians first. Together, we can make a Virginia that is the best place to live, work, learn, and raise a family. Now is the time to unleash the Commonwealth's potential and ensure that every Virginian shares in its prosperity. Thank you, and may God bless our Commonwealth, and may God bless our nation.
Delegate from Shenandoah, Delegate Gilbert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for a point of personal privilege.
Delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I appreciate the gentleman laying out the Democratic caucus's vision for Virginia's future, especially in light of the governor's speech this morning. And on that note, We've all been in this chamber when we've had a governor. I say we all. The old timers have been here with Democrat and Republican governors alike, and there's varying amounts of response from each side to what a governor might say on any given speech in any given year. But I've been struck in recent years when a governor says something that to most of us, and by that I mean to most of the general public, seems reasonable enough, how quiet and just how quick to sit on their hands our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have been. And so anticipating this, I was struck, Mr. Speaker, by the number of times that the governor said something that was ostensibly reasonable, where there was complete silence and lack of movement in terms of supportive applause from the other side of the aisle. And I took note of several of them. They included things like his reference to getting rid of the most hated tax in Virginia, something seemingly popular that most people would say, yeah, I don't like the car tax, so I like what the governor said. Silence and no applause from the other side of the aisle. Getting rid of taxes on tips, having reliable, cheap, efficient sources of energy. Silence. It gets weirder than that, Mr. Speaker. So deporting violent criminals who are in our country illegally who hurt our fellow citizens was met with roundly with silence from the other side of the aisle. The idea that we should fight criminal street gangs and drug cartels, somehow silence from the other side. Not a single applause that I could see from the other side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Can't see me back here.
Well, listen, you may be the reasonable one, but I don't want to put that on you necessarily if that hurts you. I didn't see it over there, is my point. The concept that your money doesn't belong to the government. I would think most people agree. Apparently not my colleagues. And then the final one that really gets me, apparently they are not allowed to criticize the Chinese Communist Party in any noticeable way. So that one got me, that somehow the other side feels beholden to, by their silence, tacitly supporting the Chinese communists. So yes, I think there is a vision for the future that is developing here. I think in the last election, there were a number of things that perhaps the other side put all their bets on that did not go so well at the ballot box. And if my colleagues want to keep doubling down on these things, I frankly want to encourage it. I encourage them to keep doubling down on that, because the winds are blowing in a different direction. The electorate's changing little by little, and they're starting to wake up to what we do in government and what we support and what we don't. So if you can't support these things, Mr. Speaker, if our colleagues can't support these things, I submit that the next election may be a much different endeavor. I'm not trying to give away our strategy. You may take this and go back to them and say, "See, I told you so." But frankly, I think there's a lot of inertia on the other side on some of these things that to the public seem quite reasonable, quite pragmatic, quite normal, and that maybe we should all be applauding. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Watts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of personal privilege.
Delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As one of those old-timers, I was recollecting how one Republican governor said to me in a reception line a number of years ago, "I was watching when you were applauding and when you weren't." I was shocked because at the time I was just a junior member. And because of that confrontational statement, when I stuck out my hand, I said, "Well, I'm just waiting for the details." It applies today. It's about governance. It's about the details.
Yes, I'm getting through to some people. The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Simon.
Mr. Speaker, I rise for a point of personal privilege.
The delegate has the floor. Keep it short.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House, a lot of people have come to, we had this water crisis yesterday, and we've heard a lot about the hard work that everybody did, but it did require us all to sort of, take a couple days off and go home, and so a lot of people have been very concerned. They've been asking me, will we have enough time to do all the work that needs to be done during this very short session? I'm not sure why people keep asking me this question, but apparently it's been a source of concern in the past. And Mr. Speaker, I'm here to tell you all, and maybe it's just because this clock has stopped and doesn't turn anymore, but I am quite sure that we have plenty of time to get through all the work that we need to do this session. I know that we have committee chairs and subcommittee chairs that have planned hearings for this afternoon after the recess. I have had a number of you come to me asking if your bills can go by for the day or the week. I got to tell you all, we don't have that much time, but we have plenty of time. I am absolutely confident that the work of the Commonwealth that needs to be done can be done, but it will require all of us to sort of put our nose to the grindstone. Is our nose, our shoulder, something we put to the grindstone, get to work. And Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that with the wisdom that you've had in appointing these very efficient and experienced committee chairs, the work of the Commonwealth will be done in a timely fashion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to House Rule 30, the journal shall reflect that the following members are away on pressing personal business and are granted leave from today's session. Delegates Garrett and Marshall. Clerk will call the calendar.
Mr. Speaker, the calendar for today, Monday, January 13th, 2025. First category, resolutions, regular calendar. The 3 resolutions there have been taken by for the day. Therefore, there is no business before the body this morning, or this afternoon, excuse me.
Per House Rule 51, the House has returned to the morning hour. Does the clerk have any additional announcements or communications?
Mr. Speaker, just simple announcements. Lunch is available for those who are interested in the members' lounge. The calendar that I'll read by way of reminder is listed on the website, but we have a busy afternoon, as was just mentioned, and it will be as follows. This afternoon, 15 minutes upon adjournment of the House, the Committee on Finance is meeting 15 minutes upon adjournment of the House. That will be over in the GAB and House Committee Room B. 30 minutes after adjournment of the House, Appropriations Committee will be meeting up on the 12th floor Appropriations Room, the GAB. That will be the budget briefing that they will go through and do their analysis and presentation of the governor's amendments. Once that is finished, there are 2 subcommittees of appropriations, a Probes HHR subcommittee and a Probes Comp and Retirement subcommittee. They will be meeting, once the appropriations is finished, then HHR will meet, and then once they're finished, then subcommittee on Comp and Retirement, all upstairs on the 12th floor. Those are the only subcommittees of a Probes meeting today. Immediately upon adjournment, the Committee on Courts is meeting. They'll be in House Room C. They'll be meeting immediately upon adjournment of the Finance Committee. So just stacking between B and C as we've sort of gotten into that rhythm. Then once the Courts of Justice has met, the full committee, they'll split into their 2 subs. The Criminal Subcommittee will meet immediately upon adjournment. They will continue to be in House Room C. Courts of Justice, a civil subcommittee, they'll go to the House North Subcommittee on the 2nd floor, just down the corner on that side, on the north side. At 4 o'clock this afternoon, the Committee on Education will be meeting over down in the lower level in House Room A, Committee on Education at 4 o'clock. That's an additional committee meeting today. Likewise, Committee on Privileges and Elections. They will be meeting at 4 o'clock today. They'll be in House Committee Room B up on the 2nd floor. Then once the full committee is finished, their Subcommittee on Elections Administration will be meeting 15 minutes upon adjournment of the full committee, and that's all in House Room B, and the Northern Virginia Caucus is meeting at 5. Looking ahead, tomorrow, bright and early, Tuesday, January 14th, Committee on Education's K-12 Subcommittee. They'll be meeting in House Committee Room A. That's at 7:30 with Chairman Simons. Then we have the full Committee on HHS, Health and Human Services. They'll be meeting at the regular time, 8:30, House Committee Room C on the 2nd floor. Then at 9, as usual, the Committee on Transportation, Delegate Delaney, Chairman Delaney, will be meeting at 9. She'll be in House, that committee will be in House Committee Room B on the 2nd floor. And then the 2 caucuses will be meeting at 11 a.m. Tomorrow, Republicans in House Room 2, the Democrats at 11 a.m. in House Room 1 here in the Capitol. Mr. Speaker, that's all the announcements I have, sir.
The delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Seabolt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to request that we return to the first morning hour for an announcement.
The delegate has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you know, it takes a very special person to join this body after a special election. So in honor of Delegate Singh's arrival, I would like to invite anyone who was elected in a special election to stay after for a picture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Mr. Speaker, I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to reconvene tomorrow at 12 noon.
The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring, moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to reconvene tomorrow at 12 noon. As many as favor the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion is agreed to. The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring, moves that the House do now adjourn. As many in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion is agreed to. The House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 12 noon.